Hello. It is time. Okay. So, yesterday, I was stuck on these buttons, just being weird. So if I click around right now, they don't show anything. When I click there, they show up. I'm just looking at this. Can you even see that? No, you cannot. So I will have colors open for that and height open for this. And if I click here, nothing is open now. If I click back, nothing is open. Okay. So I think my issue was this, the pressed thing is just kind of happening. It's not working. This is what's happening. It's not working. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and drop that. Do I use index otherwise? I don't. I'm just going to drop these. Update settings. If there's only one choice, I will hide it. It's still the same thing. I'll just leave it like that. Okay. Option ID is used for text there. Though it doesn't do anything. Okay. Alright. Let me see the results of this. I should just see nothing until I select something, right? So if I select tree, that edit didn't work. Okay, so that's not working. What's the error? Nothing. Okay, so what happens if I click to a different one? The tree stays there. That's not selected anymore. Okay. Okay, so clicking the button doesn't work at all anymore. Interesting. Button name. Oh, these are supposed to be toggled. Yeah, because these are actually toggled, listeners. Not pressed. How is it working before then? So this is what gets me. These are in a button group, and they're on toggle mode. Which... toggled. Okay, so let's do this. I will make the button group just call into that. So the instance button group pressed. So this one actually accepts the button. So update settings. So settings can now just accept this. I'll just start there. Selected base button. And then I should just be able to drop that. Okay. Do I call update settings on my, whoops, on my own anywhere? I do not. Okay. What's this? I'm just going to keep clicking reload project every time. I don't want to... It's slower, but I still just don't believe Godot. Half the time I just don't believe it. Like, this is a lie. I gotta figure that out. That's definitely like something on my side that I can fix, but... Okay. Alright. Okay, so that's working. We're getting updates there. Invalid access to key or property instances. So I think it's just because I selected this one in the middle. That wasn't real. I guess I can go and fix that. If not region or... Yeah. Wrong one. That. Okay. I'll just double check this again. Alright, cool. Okay. Alright, so now I want to make it so if there are instances, we select the first one every time. If I can make that work, then that should be that. So the theory here is I just keep a number or even a Boolean. I'll even just make it a Boolean because I don't think I need the number. So after I add it as a child, I will say if is first, make that false immediately. And then what I want to say is I want to say button set pressed call deferred. So the first one, we're just going to virtually press it, but with a delay. So this should update right away, but for my sanity, I'm just going to do this. Now, hopefully it works. And if it doesn't, I'm going to give up on that. I'm just going to leave it in the current state that it's in. I really have to. I really, really have to. So we virtually press the tree, and I see the tree, so that's good. I click here, I see the bush, that's good. Now when I click here, do I see the tree? We're back to the tree. We're on the tree. I click the bush, click here, we're on the tree. Nice. Now the issue is this editor is just not doing anything right now. And there's an error. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and I'll leave that. I can fix that. It's still obviously loading correctly because, you know, that resource is what stores these triangles, and they're the same every time, so. Okay. So now I need to get this editor to pop up, which I think might just be, I have like a hide thing. It's probably a hidden thing. Set instance. If not toggled. So I want the... right. So I'm not virtually pressing the button right now. Is there a... Does the button have like... It sucks that there's no like virtual data that you can just slap on an object. It does suck. I can have a map. I can use a map that maps a button to the settings that it should be modifying. I don't think so, though. I think I want to stick with the toggle because I believe if I go open up the code, which now I gotta load everything up again. Oh, what is it? There we go. I should probably go and write a script for this at some point. At some point, I say. Alright, let me go ahead and... I'll just do it. So I have... Alright, I'm gonna do it. I'm doing it. How does this work? Is it here? Bash RC. Function code. So I've kind of written my own like fake code thing. Maybe I should. Do something else. So it will run a script file. And then it calls, or well, the file should just attach immediately. Okay. I think there's like a plugin for this that would kind of do this for you, but none of them seem really good. It seems like you still have to set up, this thing, or it only allows it to work through like logouts, and it doesn't actually save when you restart the computer. Okay, let's make one called Zombie Game. Is that the right key? Okay. Okay, so we go here, leave this header stuff, okay, put session script stuff here. Send. So I CD into here, so I guess I want to say CD actually into Zombie Game. And then this is the name. Whoops. Whoops. No. What is the button to do this? Oh my gosh, it's like Control R, right? Shift R? What is happening? Alright, whatever. I don't know what happened. Put session script stuff here, so new, we go there, we create session. This is the name of the first window. Session is just the name of the file. That does start in this window. New window on session. Call this no. I want to do name. What is C? Command? Probably command. Let's say what is this -D? I'm not really sure what that means. Whatever. What did I call this? It's like Godot repo. So when I go to I guess I want to do what is it? Document repos, documents, what is it? It's repos just right there. Okay. I'm pretty sure C is to set the path of the window. I'll just call this Godot. And then we attach straight the zombie game. And then I typically have another window or oh, and then I guess I want to just going by what I see here. I don't know. There might even be I don't know. Build window, and then I always have a Python window. And this should just be, yeah, C is the working directory for sure, which I think I just don't pass that. I will send, I think I can just do them all in a row. Now let's see if that works. So just open a new one, and I do code zombie game. I already had it open. Okay, so I have to stop, which I think is, I don't know, stop that. That should do it as well. Okay, so it didn't work. It says 29 minutes, is that? Did I not write it? What went wrong there? I mean, it didn't open anything. Oh, build window. Oh, then I sent to get... Oh. Tmux has session. I feel like I shouldn't have to. Okay. Yeah, it's not working. Okay, let me just type these commands, I guess. And see what it tells me. It may not like the working directories. Oh, wait, does home already give me? Do I have to give it a trailing slash? Create window failed, index 1 in use. Index 1 in use? What are you talking about? What? How does this work then? Index 1 in use. Index 1 in use. What do you mean? Wait, what? Did I... No, target zombie game. I don't understand that one. Do I have it open? Dang it, I don't. Tmux. So it should be... I still don't know why this site doesn't like have a proper... Tmux is so weird. C is a shell command. Hey, Legal Alien. The thing that like I still don't like about Tmux is that it's really weird to find Okay, first of all, here's like the worst thing. Nothing. 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 Like, how do you... And then they gave, like, this is all you get. What it, dash 2 CDHLNUVV. That is, like, it's hard to figure this out. Because there's a whole scripting thing that I'm just trying to set up right now, and it's not. It's weird. So why did I'm confused. Did this work? Did they update this? C is a command. Okay. How is that a command? That's not a command. Dash C home. That's not a command. Is that a command? If I go like... I've been saying I should go and set the script up, and I just never have, and I'm just gonna go and do it. So new window. Where's new window? Okay, so new window C is the start directory, not a command. Okay, that makes sense. It's optional. Window name. Target window. Target window? Wait, with A, session does not make... What session? A is attach. What I'm confused is this is what I wrote. This worked. When I wrote it, this worked. So T is the target session, which is just that. N is the name, C is the directory. And when I run it, it says, it was saying index 1 already in use. And okay, it might be because I've named the first window zombie game. So it thinks it's trying to put it before that window. Because I use the same name. So how do I tell it? How do I make it not do that? T target. That's probably it. It thinks... So you can see the script. So what I do is I start by making the session with the name zombie game. I make a window, or sorry, So session here is a variable that contains the name of the file, which is just zombie game in this case. So I create a session called zombie game, and then I make a window called zombie game. Then I make, or in that window, I tell it to open Vim. And then I say, all right, target the session zombie game, make a new window called Godot, and go here. And what I think it's doing is it, for some reason, has memory that it's already on this session. Or something like that, because I think it's saying target zombie game index 1 already in use. Because what it says is it tries to put it one before. Where did it say that? It said with A or B, after, before. Is that what I have to do? So I have to do after? I have to say after? That's what A means? Okay, this is really confusing. So I guess I just say A and that will work. But that kind of sucks. But sure. Okay, so let's do after session build. After Godot. Try that. Teamworks will retain the session information until you do D to deactivate. Is that what dash D down here means? D? Okay. Right. Nope. 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 Okay. Did I misspell it? What's happened? Now I'm very confused. Oh. Wait, really? How do I make it? File. Why did I do that? Okay, there we go. We're in Godot. Build is on Godot. Python is here. Though I think I messed up the command sending. I wanted to clear before I... No, that's correct. I think... Okay. Yeah, I think what I'll do... It's fine. Whatever. That's fine. Alright, awesome. Now, why did I do all that? What need did I have? Oh, I wanted to look at Godot's code. Okay, cool. Well, that's finally been set up. Yeah, Team X-Men, I don't... It's not... Their documentation is cryptic. It's really confusing. It's definitely written by somebody who already knows what the commands and the arguments do, is how it's written. It's really weird. It's a weird way of writing it. It'd be like dash A is to place it after. But instead, it's like buried in the middle last half of the first paragraph. Like, and you have to like interpret what they're saying A actually does. They don't just say A will place it after. They say, if you pass the command A or B, the window will be put before or after. Better than BYOBU. I don't know what that is. I just wish they're like, I just wish help, question mark, dash dash help worked. Because it just gives you -2 and it looks like keyboard spam. And it's like, literally, what does any of that do? Can you tell me something? I don't like having to open the internet to look at it. I really think that they should just contain their documentation. Or at least enough to like say what their commands are and what the flags mean. Originally built for the local man days. I guess that's another thing that maybe I should set up. I don't have that. What does it say when I do this? I just don't have it. Something is like, what can I do? I'm trying to think of like what command I can run to print it. It just says something like there's no provider or something like that for this. So whenever I try to run help, it just doesn't show anything. It just tells me you can't do that. And then I have to go online. And also, I think that sucks with team. You get this one, this one. Was it actually this one that I was looking at? That is this one. You don't like get any information about how to use this until about here. Like, this is all just kind of stuff that you don't need to know. I feel like the ordering here is also weird. Like, all of this should probably be at the bottom. Keybinds, okay, you can have those at the top. This is all just strange. You wouldn't use any of this normally, I think. You want to use attach or create or something like that. Odd stuff, whatever. What am I looking for? I'm looking for button. Button. I'm looking for base button. Blame Red Hat. Where do I click? Where do I click? Where do I click? Where do I click? What's happening right now? I have to close out of that and then I can, okay. Button group? No. It is set pressed, and then if it's in a group, it does that and it calls. It emits. What am I doing? What am I doing? I don't remember where I'm at. I want to make it so the first one, if there's only one option, we're going to select that, so I have to press it, which I have to connect to toggled. Toggled. Toggle's going to get called when I set pressed. When I click it, it's going to unpress the group. Maybe. Should probably be like a maybe unpressed group. If there's a button group, then it emits to the button group that it was pressed with this button. But then they call toggled. Toggled status pressed. Okay. Okay, so I have to do this. Bindings are passed after. Okay, so that's right. If not, toggle return. So then I do button set pressed. True. Option ID is used for that. I'll just say first as well. BYOBU is Canonical's POS attempt at rebuilding Tmux. POS attempt. I'm not sure what that means. Tmx and i3 had a child and then forgot that function keys have an actual purpose. Like I can't, like this isn't, whoops. Like this isn't a thing. I can't do this. See the red showing up when I control Q. Can make a window. How do I close this one? Yeah. You mean like that? They dropped that? Oh, okay, okay. See, there's another meaning of POS, which is like point of sale. So I was thinking like maybe that's what you could mean. If first. Also, that's not. F Internet 1. Thanks for following. F Internet. Great name. I think I called it is first. Yeah, let's do that. Good timing. Hello. Honestly, I don't know why I waited so long to do this. This took like literally less than 10 minutes. It took me about as long as it probably would have taken me. Well, it took me longer because I had to actually open the documentation and figure out like a weird thing that was happening. So I had the session and the window with the same name. So when I click, we're editing the first one. Awesome. I will open color. Bush. Open this one. If I click over here, we should go to tree. We're on tree. And it shows tree. Still tree. Nothing weird has happened. Awesome. Oh, man. Awesome. Does it, yeah, it should remember these. So if I set this to, that was weird. I set this to that one and then I go back here. Yeah, okay. Oh, man. This has taken entirely too long. Entirely too long. And just to double check, this actually does work when I place it. Okay, cool. Okay. Awesome. Awesome. And then just double check, this also works. Huge. I hit save. It's locked in. I would have to click the ground underneath it. Ooh, yeah, so this is something I need to make sure I don't do. Okay. I swear, if I actually get into I start actually using this and you think you need a doggo pad break? Maybe. Dude, I got way too mad yesterday. It was just making me so mad. The first of all, here's the thing that gets me. Set pressed doesn't emit the press signal. It doesn't look like it does. So I go to toggled. Let's go to toggle here. Toggle doesn't emit the press signal. What does emit the press signal? Let's see what actually emits the press signal. Unmatched. Is that not how that works? Okay. So on action event can emit pressed. I think it's the fact that clicking it will emit pressed, but virtually pressing it, so calling set pressed doesn't emit the pressed signal. Which is maybe why in Godot, when you type this out, it really hides it from you. It makes it look like it doesn't exist. Set pressed, right? So there's no set pressed here. It's just set pressed, no signal. If I scroll through here, there's no set pressed. It's only set pressed, no signal. But you can find it because it exists here. It's hidden under this property. That's not actually a method here. It's hidden under set pressed, button pressed. Which normally you would just do like is pressed or dot button, like, you know, you're checking the boolean. You don't think you can set this. Changing the value of button pressed will result in toggle being emitted if you want to change the press without emitting that signal. But I believe the button group does pressed. So button group will emit pressed. No, it doesn't. Odd. I don't like it. It's bad. On called. Another hour drive. Oh, wow. That's tough. Fix that. Okay. Good luck with that. Okay, so are my buttons working? I think everything is working. I think everything is working. So honestly, I don't think I'm really going to run Vim on that. Yeah, let me actually change that. I actually don't want to run Vim on this. Because I think typically I'm not going to do that. Okay. Also, why is it... What? Why is it doing this? It's not showing my directory. It showed it here. Whatever. 1 a.m. Oh, damn. What was I doing? Git. No new files. Instance position, instance height. Okay, so the randomization stuff is not... I think I need to use that because that's there. Add child. I discovered you can add children without being in the scene tree, which is cool. I get rid of these errors. Since preview, just going hide. Get the temporary. Okay. All right. Adding everything there. I'm going to do part of this one. No, and then just be A. Cool. Then I doubt I'm adding world. Yeah, I shouldn't be adding world. Yeah, there should be nothing there. Okay. Instance setting selection. Can now select instances to place. Did I have I don't know what I committed before this. Switching regions no longer logs out. Those are these buttons. These buttons have literally cost me 3 days. The fact that pressed is not omitted from set pressed, and then also not omitted, it's dumb. It's bad. They messed up. They totally just messed that up. Toggled should only be omitted if toggle mode is true. I feel like that makes sense. Pressed being strictly omitted when you've physically clicked it. You can't virtually do that. And it doesn't work for button groups when you do that. You have to call set pressed and then let toggled be called. Okay. Stop complaining. It's there. No, I do wish I had like a good way, like this would be nice if I could do that. But I'm not smart to figure that out. So I'm just going to do this. That works. Delete that one too. Okay. Now I make it randomize. I can actually make it randomize. I can make the buttons do something. Also, I think I'm gonna like figure out the height of this and make that the default height for this. Okay, what's the print screen button? That one. What's the height? I should just need that. Okay. $184. All right. So do I just set the minimum height to 184? If that's just all I do. I think just one of these probably is all I have to do. Yeah, so I'll drop this one because the right scroll has like a weird layout. I'll drop that. And then left scroll. And I'll reload project. I'm not sure how Godot decides like when to save these things. Because it has some memory of how large that was. Okay, so it looks like I need to subtract like 8 pixels. Is that right? I'm sure it's 8. Knowing what I know about the rough size of this, it's probably 8 pixels. Yeah, that's 8. Okay. So instead of 184, it should be 76. Whoops, I've placed a tree. Awesome. Okay. Is that roughly the height of 2? Just about. Okay. Alright, cool. Now to make randomize work. Which should hopefully be really easy. I'll leave this print. Don't need that. Yeah, I think the only real way to do this is just do a bunch of booleans. So I have color, height, spin, and tilt. Height, spin, tilt, scale. Then I go through each one of these. If it's all, I just set these all. I think it would be faster just to type it. If I can type correctly. It's color. Well, I guess I could actually say... Maybe this will be better. Though I don't like stuff like this, but I think in this instance it's fine. It'll reduce a lot of code. Okay. So for randomizing color, I need to remember how I even do that. Vary color returns a color. And I have to provide... Okay. So, plug in preview instance color equals region vary. Also, should this probably be... This is probably meant to be static, isn't it? Yeah, seems like it doesn't use anything. Okay, so this will be static. And then I think probably this one's also static. Yeah. Maybe these should go in the settings. I don't know. It's in a fine place, I think. Oh yeah, what are my instance settings? Instance settings, cool. Colors. If do height. Instance height. Maybe this should be on there. Alright. I'm moving it around. This is silly. It took me writing it twice to realize how silly it is. So cut all that. Instance settings. Here. And then I say... I'll just write functions. Oh, please. Is it my fingers or is it the keyboard? Both? I can't find the key. Height offset. Height low. Height high. Deviation. And then let me go look at instance region because this should be broken now in a few places. There's something a bit special with one of these, I think. Yeah, so scale has this special thing. I'll do it the smart way. Cut this and paste it. So I can be sure I'm guaranteeing I get the same result. Bases are rotated. Should be spin. I'm actually put these on one line. That's a little too much. What is this? What do I feel like I haven't heard this in a long time? Resting Grounds from Hollow Knight. Weird. I feel like that literally just felt like a new song that I hadn't listened to. Okay. Rand spin, not found. Oh yeah, instance. I guess this can drop down to one line now. Tilt amount. I could possibly make it return. You can give it a basis. Nah. It just randomizes a value and gives it to you. That's all it does. And scale is the last one. Okay. Instance settings now do instance settings things, and instance region is not doing instance setting things. And then these are easier to write. Okay, so the reason I do booleans here is so that I write this logic in one line. Otherwise, I would say if property is color or all, do this, and I have to write it this or all constantly. And that just feels slow. But I guess you're not randomizing it that frequently. No, but you are randomizing it frequently. Oh, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Not like that. This is purely from instance bar. So this is like I click, it places, and then it randomizes. That's like human speed. That's fine to be slow. So actually I am going to change it. So if... But I guess I can do... At least maybe be smart about it. Spin. So this should be like... right, okay. So I have to do some of the special stuff for that. So... Oh. Maybe if I do spin or tilt, I have to randomize both. I could say that. Because they modify the same thing. No, I don't think so. I want to find a way to keep tilt split off. And I know how, because I always... Okay. Alright. This just means I have to put it on here and split them up, because there's actually no way that I can split them up after I merge them like that. So I need to combine them. I'll go and make these functions as well, because it's getting crazy now. Oops. Yep, okay. Wait a second, how do I use tilt? I rotate it a random direction. Okay, so tilt's gotta be like 2 numbers. It's supposed to be 2 numbers. It's supposed to be this first. Yeah. Yeah, this first number needs to be tracked. At least for the preview. The first number has to be tracked. And I guess what I can say is on this as well. So instance bar, when I do spin, plugin, instance preview, instance spin, I think what I do is I do something like, if I'm randomizing the tilt, tilt is odd, because I think at some point I'm going to have tilt also be affected by the slope of the terrain that it's on. Which means it technically has to be, if I click randomize tilt, What I'm thinking of is I want the current tilt to like update, but only along its tilting axis. I don't want to like get like a totally different direction every time. I just want it to like, but also if I'm clicking randomized tilt, I want it to, this is weird. It's like in one case I don't want it to, in another case I do want it. So I guess for now it's just going to randomize it every time. Right, okay. And then I will have, but definitely if I'm clicking spin, I want that tilt to stay the same. Whatever the tilt was, I want to stay the same. Ooh, no. This is weird. Be back in a minute. I'm gonna think about it. I'm back. I've thought about it. I at least know what spin should do. Spin should take what it looks like right now and just rotate it about the y-axis. I think that's all it should do. But that like angle down that it has from the y-axis wouldn't change. But when I click tilt, I'm not exactly sure what happens there. So it means the order I apply it in is I apply the tilt and then I apply the spin. It's a bit different from region right now, where it applies the spin and then the tilt. What just happened? I was so confused. I was looking at this. What was I looking at? That was strange. Oh, here's the spin. I do the spin first, and then I create a new tilt. Yeah. I don't think the order matters here. I do it correctly. I produce a spin, and then I tilt from there in a random direction. So they're decoupled. But in this case, when I'm doing that, I am... whatever. I guess for now I'll have the tilt go anyway, but it will look like it... this sucks, this sucks, this sucks, this sucks. Because I need to decouple the spin from the tilt. Otherwise, it would always like tilt in the direction. Like, say I had a branch that just pointed north on a tree. If I couple them together, where I spin and then I tilt like that, like in the same direction that I've spun, then it's going to be the case where, let's just say that I tilt on the x-axis. Then that branch is always going to point in the direction that it tilts in. So when you see the tree and it tilts, it's always going to tilt in the direction that its branch that points north. Somehow up here I need to decouple this, so when I call spin, okay, so spin, I take what it currently has. All right, I'm gonna drop those functions because I don't think I need them, but update position I do need because I use that twice. Is everything parsing? All right, so for spin, it's not really a value. It's not really a value. Oh, no. All right, let's call this update transform. And we're just going to do it every time. Okay, update transform. So I set the position, and then I'm going to start with a basis. I don't think I can write that, yeah. And I'm going to do tilt and spin in the opposite order on this one. So when I click randomize spin, it's still going to stay at the same tilt and it's just going to do this, essentially, is what I want it to do. So I'm going to essentially just do this. So I take the basis, I rotate around a random direction there. And yeah, tilt for now is going to basically just look like it's doing spin and tilt. Or maybe I actually track a value up here. And I do this. So whenever I set the tilt, don't randomize it fully. I don't know. This is weird. I will do this tilt axis equals rand f times, is it like that? Zero and one inclusive. Zero and... Why do I do that? Whatever. So I rotate around the axis, and then I rotate around. I do the Z, it's fine. And this should be instance tilt. And then I will do new basis, rotated. Oh. No, this is fine, because that doesn't change until I do that. Okay. Let me double check how I rotate that way, because it matters. I rotate around the down. Okay. And then I scale it. Okay. So that's height, tilt, spin, scale. Color doesn't set here. That's correct. Okay. Maybe I should have tilt axis start with some random value. Nah. So when I do tilt, update the tilt axis. I guess the issue is if I do all, it's going to do randomization 1, 2, 3, 4 times. So that's not good. Let me not do that. So instead, do I have... No. Okay, so let me do a Q up. Let me call it like Q update transform. And what this is going to do is it's just going to run a call deferred, and then it's going to set a Boolean. And this needs to have that Boolean be set to true before it can execute. So I shouldn't do that there. Eh. Like so. So the first one that gets run will do this, and then the rest will just return and not modify themselves. Okay. Because otherwise we just compute this like 4 times in a row every time I click randomize all, which would be really lame to do that. Okay. Is that it? Queue up a transform. Queue transform. Sets the true, call deferred. If we're not true, return, set it to false. Okay. Well, it looks like something happened. Maybe I'm just blind. There's definitely a random tilt on this. Is there really not? Oh. Oh no, there is. I can't see very well. There's like a glare on my screen, so I gotta go over here. Cool. So I just click scale. We get that. If I click spin, you know, it's rotating around. Then if I click tilt, okay, so here's the thing. I'm seeing the texture shift. I shouldn't be seeing the texture shift. The spin is staying the same, but it looks like the spin should be staying the same. So, yeah. Yeah. Right, because it's dependent on the spin axis then, isn't it? So when I flip this around, the issue that's going to happen is that clicking randomize spin is just going to appear to like keep the same exact tilt and do this, which is not what I want. I want spin to do that, like a full rotation. So maybe what I do is when I click randomize spin, I just randomize the tilt axis. Right? No, because that won't actually spin the thing. I want to have the same tilt and spin like this. But when I'm clicking tilt, I'm seeing that the texture is changing, which is not right. So if I click randomize spin, I need to apply the spin and then the tilt. If I click randomize tilt, I need to apply the tilt and then the spin. No. If I... If I click randomize spin, then what I want to do is I want to apply the same tilt and then spin. So this is what's doing right now. It applies the same tilt and then spins. If I click randomize tilt, then what I want to do is I want to apply the spin and then apply the new tilt. So the texture doesn't really change. So if I have something that's pointing north, that branch is going to keep pointing north in the same direction. But then it's, yeah. Okay, so. Here's what I say then. Q update transform. I'll pass a Boolean called true. And this will be something called like invert. Or like swap. Rotate order. So I want this to stay true if it's already true. Then I do a check. If swap rotate order. That's what normally happens, otherwise what? That was weird. I spin first and then I tilt. So then when I just click tilt, I should see the spin stay the same. It looks like it's not doing it. Yeah, it really, I mean, sometimes it seems like it's correct, but then other times it's clearly the mesh is rotating, right? Yeah, the mesh is obviously rotating. So, what's the mistake? Yeah, the mesh is obviously rotating, which is not correct. Oh, it's because I'm just actually am stupid and I'm not doing it right. In that case, I need to do it exactly like this. Where I do this. I just call it like keep spin instead. Okay. It's still definitely wrong. I'm seeing it spin. Oh, wait. No, I see it. Oh, I see it. Oh, I see it. Okay. I see it. I figured it out. So if I do it the right way, I don't have to worry about any of this. So I can take this off. Okay, that was a lot more than I wanted to delete. Okay. So what I should be doing is actually just getting this vector. I should be randomizing this vector. So let me just see if I can even like do that. If like rotating a vector can give me a new vector. Awesome. Okay. So I start by spinning, and then I will do the negative z axis. Okay, so what I want to take then is I just want to do vector 3 dot forward, which should be negative z, rotated around the up axis. It doesn't matter which way I go. Tilt, axis, spin. Okay. Put it over there. Texture staying the same. Then if I click spin, okay, the tilt stays the same, which is unfortunate because I wanted it to actually not do that. I guess I just do it like that then. So if I click tilt, yeah, okay. Tilt looks good, and then spin is like keeping that tilt, or it's you know, cool. Let me make it like a bit higher. And I was gonna say I could add something onto the mesh so I can like see the spin more clearly, but I can't really see it. Yeah. It just looks like it's wobbling now. The spin doesn't change until I click spin, and then it changes. And the tilt stays the same. Huge. Height. Apparently I don't have a height deviation, but I will see what happens if I do like... Yeah, it's going up by half a meter, which I actually didn't really want to do like half a meter. I want to do like a little bit. Cool. deviation of 1, so it should basically just fluctuate back and forth between the same two values because it's just, yep. Cool. Oh, this is awesome. Unfortunately, color does not work. Click randomize all. And when I start clicking, I get different ones. They're all turning blue, which is odd. Are they actually that blue? No. Oh, because it didn't revert that. That was like a mistake change that I had. Yeah, I should just be able to get. Okay, let me look at the changes first. Yeah, I just want to do that. And then that still doesn't work, but if I... Ooh. Yes, that's one thing I need to figure out. Actually, yeah, I think if I just click revert, it'll load it. Right? It should just load it. Oh, it is. Oh, clicking back and forth solved it. Okay. Cool. Delete those. Awesome. Yeah, now the only thing that I do lack is that I can't visualize the color until I place it. Which just sucks. I might have a bunch over here. And then I have one here. Is it placing random ones? No. Okay. It seems like I'm there. Yeah, just the color doesn't show up yet, which I've been holding off on that, making that work, because I'm not exactly sure how I want colors to work in the first place. If I maybe want to use like a texture, but then that would have like smooth trend. I don't know. Like a noise map, a very large noise map for the color selection instead of just like white noise, randomly selecting one. So I would have like patches where red is more frequent, or patches where yellow is more frequent. Hey, Nexus. And then there's the problem of, I think the model needs to... It would be using vertex colors, but I need to figure out some way to make it so the vertexes of the model can specifically ignore their color. So the model itself would store like a vertex color of like maybe like transparency or just something like that. And the leaves that I do want to have, or I guess the bark would have like a really low transparency, or I guess a really high transparency, but not fully transparent. So they still take on some of the color, just so I can have some kind of deviation. And then the leaves would have like a full opaque vertex color. So they will take on like the full color variation that I have. Or maybe I just totally... something just totally different, and I don't use instance coloring at all, and I just have them have a particular shader that just says yes or no. Maybe that's best. Maybe that's best. Maybe for the tree, I don't plug in colors. And instead, I have that specifically be on a shader for the tree that will color it. But then I need some way. No, I wouldn't. Maybe they would still have the color and they would like track. Instead, it'd be a bit different. So I would just do like white noise for the color. So I just say like white and then full variation everywhere. And so that could be like a seed. I don't know. I actually don't know. Or I could just plug in the XYZ coordinates as the color. That'd be funny. Because I don't know if shaders can access the instance position. Let me see. I guess I have to look at shader. I think it probably tells me. I think there should be a link. Which shader? Just for the trees. I don't know how I want to do the trees yet. I know what I want them to look like. I want it to look like early fall or like mid fall or whatever it is, where the leaves are changing colors. So you'd have some trees that have, and I get maybe actually if I really think about it, it's probably a bit unrealistic because this is in the mountains and they'd be pretty much pine trees, so they would be evergreen. They just change slightly in hue, or not in hue, but I guess whatever it is. They wouldn't actually change hue. But that's what I want. I want hues. Fragments are the other one. Well, it'd be the vertex and the fragment, I think. I'm just trying to see, like, there's definitely a thing where it says you need to turn this value on for this to work. I was just looking for, like, the link that can take me straight to the shader. They just say instance custom. I guess it's visual. Oh, no. Spatial. Fragment built-ins. Is instance here? Global. Ah. Instance custom is there, and instance ID. Position. Does fragment know about position? Pass the data into a buffer and then have the shader access it. Well, Godot makes you do things a little bit differently. Position in view space. So I can get the world transform, I think. I mean, I must be able to. Vertex is in view space. It is a vertex value. Vertex interpolated between the face's vertices. So yeah, it's like the actual pixel's physical position. But then, would it be inverse? View space to world space transform? So I would do this. Skip vertex transforms in, but it may not be in view space. Okay, well, it's possible. What do I do? Actually, what do I do now? I think I should figure out how to make the coloring work. I should figure out how to make the coloring work. Make a better tree. I think I need to make the coloring work first. Because otherwise, this is just, it's just straight up useless. Make it very, very blue or something. Or make it this, and then variation. Is that not working? It's definitely not working. Oh, I think this one actually doesn't accept that. Never mind. I can possibly use shader parameter, but I have a feeling if I do that... No, that should be fine. Okay. I need to at least provide it somehow. I do provide it as color, which... See, here's what I don't... Okay. I've got it. I'm just going to make this here. Instance bar. Instance color. Instance color, update mesh colors. I'll just do this. And then I don't think I actually need to even check that. So what I can do, the instance mesh, if I was going to take the mesh. Do I duplicate? Cool, I duplicate. So I have my own copy of the mesh, and in fact, I'm actually going to say duplicate deep. All. Okay. So now I should have my own shader. So I believe... Where is it? Material. Okay. So if it's a base material, I can set can I set a I think there is. I think it's kind of like hidden a little bit. I want to set a shader parameter. Okay, it probably doesn't exist. Alright, I'm thinking it doesn't exist. I can't do that there. Oh, man. Okay. Let me just set the albedo color. If it's a base material. Because it could be. And then otherwise, if it is a shader material, then I should have access to set shader parameter, instance color. There we go. Okay, so does it work on the bush now? It works on the bush. Okay. Make the variation really high. Cool. All right. It visualizes it when I click. It's purple. It's not purple. Well, that's because the shader doesn't actually take that. What? I think it's just my fault, actually. Okay. I think I need to set this so that it uses vertex colors. This is just a template. Obviously, this is not the real bush that's going to exist in the world, but I'm just going to make it work anyway. So this needs to have the material... Where would it be? It was at the bottom, I thought. Vertex color? Okay. Very dark. That's very dark. Why does it look like that? Why does it look like it's metallic or something? Maybe it's this part. It's multiplying them together, probably. Vertex color used as a... There's something else. There's a different thing. Because it should look exactly the same as when I click. So color, I guess I'll go see what the shader actually transforms it into. Actually, yeah, I'll see what it transforms it into. Any other like vertex stuff? Okay. Convert to shader material. So I turned on that. So what does it do? Albedo texture multiplied by that, and then it multiplies the RGBs. Okay, so yeah, that's not what I wanted to do. I mean, I guess I just... change it back to this and just leave it as white and turn that on. And then I don't think I had anything else changed. Yeah, I don't think so. All right. So now when I click, it should look like it. Why is it doing this? Albedo is white, and then I multiply white by... Actually, how does it get the color? No. How do you get the color? Color equals just get the instance color. Okay, I'm skeptical. I'm gonna reload. Okay, those are a lot more brightly colored now. Okay, then I have to set a color. Let's do this, and then variation. Very high till it's like green and blue. Okay, that's good enough. Yellow, pink, yellow, pink. Wait, what? How did that happen twice? That's kind of nuts. That's actually crazy. What are the odds of that? I'm getting pink very often. My function is definitely not incorrect. I think it's just like by chance that this is happening. These are supposed to be like totally random colors. It doesn't seem like they're random colors. It seems like it's picking the same color every time. Like those are definitely all just the same color. These three are straight up the same color. Maybe, I don't know. This is like the most unique color so far. Are these the same color that I... Okay, can I not get that so many times in a row? It seems like it's slightly different after I click. What am I seeing here? It's like a little bit lighter. What's up with that? It's totally lighter. Oh, it's because it's multiplying it. That's why. That's why it's getting lighter and why they all look like super saturated. And it looks like they're the same colors because they are just super saturating. It's done. It's just the shaders. The shader's just dumb. So should the albedo be like 0.5? No, wait, how does that make any sense? What's the material? Wait, did I mess up? Something's wrong. And you know what? For now I don't care. For now I don't care. I will just make the bush have like a green hue. trying to do, I think I probably just need more. Less. What does grass look like? All right. Cool. Lightness. Okay. Those should stack up to look nice. Yeah, see, they are getting super lightened. Why are they getting lightened? Alright, I'm just gonna fix the shader. I'm just gonna fix the shader. It's just stupid. Where am I keeping these? Where's the tree shader? Oh, I think it's just a simple vertex offset shader. Right. I guess I just use the simple vertex offset shader. Yeah, because that works with textures still. All right. Okay. This should show the right color whenever I click. It's still not. Why is it brighter? Albedo is the current albedo times the texture time. I mean, that's actually the same thing that I've been doing. The thing is, the tree doesn't look brighter. It looks the exact same. There's like a slight reddish color that I apply to it. But this one is completely incorrect. With the same thing. Because the albedo is white. So what I'm doing is I'm just changing the albedo color to this random color. And then when it's written, the albedo is white, and it multiplies that by color, which is the vertex color. So it's like albedo times 1, and then it's 1 times, or color times 1, and then 1 times color. This is what should be happening, but it's obviously not happening. It's making it way brighter. Wait, now I'm actually confused. How is this even setting the color? Wait a second, I just realized. Because how does this even set the color? Because I'm setting instance color. Alright, I am disturbed. I actually shouldn't be seeing color at all anymore. Yeah, now it's working. Okay. Then I'm getting these light colors still. Which is just, like, not at all what I'm seeing here. Not at all. So... This is really weird. Okay, well now I do have something for this, so I have... which is just a source color. And then I think source colors by default, can't see documentation. I think by default they're just opaque white. Right. Okay, so they're not opaque white by default. Hint default white, yeah. Okay. Hint is only for sim. And now it still happens where it's the color looks right here and then I click and then it's not right. I think I know what it is. It's this dumb sRGB conversion thing. Because I think... Oh, tell me. Tell me. They don't say it. But I'm so sure that the color it gets here is expected to be sRGB, and colors when you're modifying them are linear. So I need to do linear to sRGB. That's my guess. So do that in this case. And then here do that. No, it's just totally wrong. Other way around? sRGB to linear? Oh, nice. Okay. So they want linear colors, and I'm producing sRGB colors, which is just obnoxious. Okay, so now it looks like it does when I click. Awesome. And just to test, let's make that hue variation max. And it's definitely just the same color that I'm clicking. Awesome. Though this happens, and I don't know why that happens. That just looks so strange. I just get like 4 colors now that look at 2 colors there. I mean, is like, there's no way my random generator is just wrong. I'm just gonna like do this for a second. That's kind of the same shade. That's kind of its own shade. Just gonna like place these in their own groups here. And see if this is odd. Those ones are definitely different. This is a different color. That goes here. That's a bit of a different shade. Okay, maybe it's just my eyes. Wait, I don't know which one. Probably there. It is weird though. Why does this happen? Why do I feel like I can like confidently sort almost all of these into like a group that just all has the same color? I'm seeing different shades appear for sure as I put them together. Okay, that one was iffy. Okay, that's like a new color or something. I'll put that there. Why does this happen? Any like... particular reason? I'm not getting red. I'm not getting bright red. Why am I not getting bright red? It's got to be the color space. Is it the color space? Are these the only shades I can get? These are kind of here. These... It's got to be the color space. Okay. Because I'm not getting... This is like the reddest that I can get, I think. This is really rare. I'm getting a lot of these ones. And these ones. And then... there. Okay, this group is just the same group at this point. Yeah, these are kind of blending together. Okay, we're building a bridge. These are blending together. Okay, I think it's just the color space, because I am using a special color space to do these variations. I'm using... okay, HSL. Which I thought would give nice results. And it seems like it kind of does. I thought that'd be best because I have a need to like specifically individually vary all of these by very small amounts or potentially large amounts. And I get this, which is really cool. Looking at it, this is like almost a pure green. One is the maximum variation, I believe. Yeah, I clamp it too. That's cool though. What if I did like a small deviation? What do I get now? I mean, they're obviously sticking to that color, but sometimes they like, yeah. I think it's because of the color space. If it's going to transition out of green, it's going to snap to blue or snap to red pretty hard. So that's why I'm not seeing these like blends between them. I'm very clearly getting like either the sudden really blue one or really red one, or like pink one. But But I guess blue-green is pretty close, so sometimes it can have these. Okay, this is really cool. I like this. I like that I chose that random color thing, because this is cool. That looks really cool. I don't know if I would ever, I'm never going to use this, like, maximum variation, but that's cool. Okay. Okay. Let me edit the real one here. I guess I just click reset and alright, there's obvious differences between these. I feel like the hue might be a little too much because it looks like it's getting a little too blue sometimes. I don't know though. Alright, cool. Time to delete. Oh, I guess I'm only deleting the trees. That, I feel like I messed up at some point. The fact that it like closes like that. Oh, I just realized it looks kind of like a ball pit. Okay. The color pretty much works. Let me, I mean, I tested like really hard with that one. Let me test this one, I guess. Let me have like a super yellow one that can appear. A super red one that can appear. And then a super blue one that can appear, which I think is just going to look very dark. Okay, I'm getting the same color a bunch. Uh-oh. Have I done this wrong? I'm just getting the same color over and over again. Okay, well it seems like I did the color ticket system incorrectly. Max ticket plus choice weight. Max ticket for choice and colors. Max ticket between 1 and that. So it'd be 1 and 3, which is inclusive. So 1, 2, or 3. And then we go through there and we decrement that by the weight until I get 0. And then that's my color setting. Make it clear this was an error. Am I getting purple? Does that look purple? Let me delete blue. Now it's only red. Okay, so it's only picking the last one. Why is that happening? So it's either 1 or 2. So let's say it picks 1. Choice minus equals 1. It'll be less than or equal to 0, and that's the color. Oh! Wow. Figured it out. And now we're getting... Okay. Cool. What was that? It was like... What is this color? Oh, apparently I have variation there. Alright, well this works. If I click, it looks just like that. It looks just like that. Awesome. I'm getting the same lightness every time, which I know I could get like a really yellow looking thing. There we go. There's the really yellow ones. Okay, cool. That works. Alright, well, I can see the colors. I can see all the colors. I've tested it, I can see the colors. As long as the shader is set up correctly. here's the real question. Am I going to be doing modeling today? Technically, I don't have to do modeling. Well, I probably should, so I can actually see, like... What should I start with? I guess I should make... I don't know. I think there's no real, like, order there. I just kind of go for it. And just see how it goes. Alright, so yeah, sRGB to linear. Important conversion there. That's been moved. The colors work now. The transforms are good. Should the color just return sRGB to linear? I'm going to say the color should just return sRGB to linear, because that's how I'm going to use it every time. Actually, no. No. Just do like that. Okay. Just keep it like that. Variation. Minimum size. Apparently I have some deleted lines there. That's okay, I guess. I should delete this randomized text. And I will delete this. Test bush has been changed. Okay. Vertex shader now multiplies by instance color, just in case it's there. Alright. Everything from there. I guess I should also just go and add the bush. And that. And then the shader. Yeah. Okay. Fix instance colors. Show preview colors. Okay. Instance colors are instance colors needed to be converted to linear. For multi-mesh rendering, and then add instance preview for add instance color preview now shows. Requires special shader setup to work. All right. Awesome. Cool. Yeah, and that variation is definitely way too high. Now that I can actually see it correctly. So this one, yeah, the slightness is probably too much. Still a bit too much there. Cool. Alright, that seems good. And then I think saturation might be too high. I feel like I'm noticing that too easily. What is that? Is that hue changing too much? This is like a max hue variation. Sometimes it's just getting way too dark. Cool, okay. Some of them I guess are just going to be dark. When I would really look at this, I mean, I don't know why I was really messing around with that too much, but when I would really do this, I would have like probably 3 different colors. The most common one's going to be a slight variation, and then I would have sometimes a tree is just like noticeably dark. Not like sticking out, but darker than the rest. You're like, oh, that tree's kind of darker. Or that tree's kind of like whitish looking, like maybe is it dying, you know, something like that. Or that's not even how they work, but okay. I'll figure out the bark and the leaves. The bark and the leaves I think is going to be a tough thing for me to figure out how I want to do that in the first place. Alright. I'm gonna get lunch. And then do I need anything else? Do I seriously need anything else for this instance editor? I can click anything, roughly. You know, it's... I have to click where it collides with terrain, basically. So if I have anything that's like too crazy, like it sits off the terrain, it's gonna be hard to select it. Which I'm not gonna do that, but if I have anything with a crazy tilt, you know, this one's gonna be hard for me to reselect again. I'll show it. Yeah, I had to click like over here to select it. But I bet if I were to just click here, yeah, it fails. Whoops. That was annoying. I didn't like that. But yeah, if I'm here and I'm like, nope. Nope. Like, yeah, I had to be way over here. So I just have to make sure that if I do put it in the ground, I don't have too much of an insane... Or if I have an insane tilt, but I put it really deep in the ground, I have to be careful about that. Okay. Anyway. Okay. Do I need anything else? Do I need anything else? I feel like anything that I would want is just like something that I don't really need, because I don't know how often I'm going to do it. My thought would be like, oh, you know, I want to click and drag, and then I want to hit delete and then hit enter and then hit save. But really I would just go in here and just paint them away if I want to do that. I guess a good thing to check is that population still works. So it's clear. There should be no trees in the world. So let me check that. No trees. And then I'll populate. Yeah, these definitely have scale and stuff like that. I think I've kind of just made the height way too insane. Let me turn that down. The one thing that would be nice is if I click populate, I would almost like to be able to change the options here and have the trees that have placed start moving. So if I was dragging this, the trees would move when I release. But that, I think, is probably going to be something insane. Like I might have an option, like a checkbox to say like turn on live updates. So whenever I click populate, it has to save all those transforms into memory. But then the thing is, how would I make this work? So if I say, oh, I want the spin to be not so high anymore, I have to save the randomized spin. I saved like a value of like 0 to 1 or something. 0 being 0 and 1 being 360. And I don't know, that'd be crazy. I feel like that's getting too crazy. I don't really need that. It'd be cool, but I don't need that. And the reason I would want to do that is so that I could say I'd increase the high tilt and I would see some of the trees start tilting more. They'd keep their tilt direction, right? So I could almost like live adjust these values and see them change without like everything suddenly jumping and randomizing completely every time. If I say, oh, I want their minimum tilt to be 0, trees that are like pretty straight up will go up, right? Like all the trees are gonna move up a little bit more. If I increase the high, some of them that are pointing straight up aren't really going to change, but the ones that are pointing very far are going to continue pointing very far. So it's some kind of something there. But I'd be like limited. It'd be like the first 100 or something that I place I could actually use. I would not allow myself to use this region and like randomize that region, because that's like, you can't even see the changes. And it would be devastating, I think, to the frame rate to do that. I don't want it. That sounds super cool, but I don't want it. I don't need it. Imagine SpongeBob looking at water, a glass of water, saying, I don't need it. That's what I'm like right now. I don't need it. I really, really want it, but I don't need it. I can't do it. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. That would probably take me the rest of the day for me to do that. But also, I feel like it wouldn't be that hard. I feel like it'd be kind of trivial. Because I'm really just taking... It's a random number from 0 to 1, and then I map it to this. And then deviation. Deviation is going to be difficult. How would I do deviation? Well, deviation is just... It's still 0 to 1, right? Don't do it. Don't do it. Please don't do it. I feel like I could do it, and it would not take very long at all. And it would be super cool because I could see in real time a huge group changing and say, yes, that's good. For the color, that would be awesome because it would have to save, it would save which color it picked, which one of these it picked, and then it would do the same thing. That would get a little more complicated for the color. Oh my gosh, please. I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. It would be so nice to throw a large group on the screen and then say, what happens if I increase the spin offset? I mean, that actually doesn't matter for the tree because the trees are, you know, just leave it like that. What happens if I do more tilt? What happens if I do less tilt? Because otherwise I have to click here, I have to click clear, then click populate, clear, then populate, clear, then populate to see. But if I were just to change it here, I could already have the instances and I can just see a little bit. Like, oh, is that too much? Is that too little? I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I don't need it. I need it. I need it. I'm gonna do it. Think about it. Think about it. Is that too much? Is that too complicated? No, because it's just memory. Like I said, I generate the random number from 0 to 1. Or really, I just do the exact same thing I'm doing and then compute that 0 to 1 value. The ultimate test of if I'm doing it right, which I could do it wrong, would be to then do something crazy, drastic, like going from 0 zeros here. Yeah, that's a good question. What happens? I think I have to generate the random number from 0 to 1. What about deviation? I guess I have to look at the mapping function. I guess what I would really need to do then to make it work for deviation is I have to just produce a random number from 0 to 1 and then figure out what transformation are they applying to get the deviation. This uses the Box-Moeller transform algorithm. This is absolutely what I should look at first, and that opened in the wrong browser. Please open on this one. Please open on this one. I think it did it. There we go. Transforms the colored points in the unit square drawn as circles. I literally can't see that. In the unit square drawn as circles are mapped to a 2D Gaussian drawn as crosses. I mean, the math has got to be simple, right? Because I take in one random value and I produce... Oh, does it... Doesn't look at it. I'm going to look at the code here for this. I have to find it somehow. Math rand fn. Default rand fn. What's default rand? Whoa. I was looking at it. Why'd you take it away from me? It's got to be this, right? We take a rand value. We take the mean, add the deviation. And then we multiply that by this result of, there's another random value. Okay. So this means I produce I mean, I guess these two are merged, right? So I can just save this. This is the transformation. So when I call random, I produce this number, and this is the number I save. So the mean and the deviation will then are just like straight up offset by this single constant random value. And then I can scale the mean and the deviation as much as I want. Because these two numbers, these two randoms aren't... Okay, cool. I can do it. That's cosine of 0 to 2 pi, and then square root -2 times the log of a random value. So it's just two random values. And I guess I have to make sure that it's not close to 0. Okay, cool. I'm gonna do it. I need it. I actually do need it. I truly do need it. And then that should be the last thing, and I think at that point, that's when I'm going to be on to starting to really put vegetation in the world slowly. I think I'll just start with the trees. I'll find some trees that I like. Yeah. But this could honestly take the whole... It could. I don't know. Okay. I just need to go. I just need to go. I need to stop thinking about it. I thought about it. I figured it out. I can go. All right. I'll be back in a minute. Hello, I'm back. I've got food, and I'm going to eat. I will be back. Okay. Ooh. Let's go. Okay, for real. This looks so cool. The sky. Awesome. All right. All right, I'm doing the thing. I'm going to do the thing where I'm going to have a checkbox there. And yeah. Let me go ahead and move these buttons up here. So I think I want a clear button, a populate button, maybe even a button that clears and populates at the same time. Here's what I want. I want to make this seedable first. Okay. Let me move the buttons. Yeah, there's still quite a few things that I need to have. That I need. First one is making it so the region has a seed. The regions will save a seed. Let me make the region save a seed. And then I'll have a button to generate a seed. Actually, no. Okay. Just gonna comment these out. So this will be an integer. And now what I need, make it so that the same result happens every time. The chunk order is kind of a problem, though. That one's going to be difficult. Because it will modify everything. Because I mean, what would be nice is if I could just, like, click a mesh, drag it out, and click repopulate, and it would just, every other instance stays the same, but just that little bit more gets a new instance. And if I were to click clear and then rebuild it, it would be the same way again. That's not really possible because of chunks. It's possible that new instance could add a whole new chunk that it needs to process for, and that would essentially just shift everything. Every chunk would shift. All the trees would shift. I think you would still end up with the same number of trees and the same orientations generally, the same colors, but everything isn't going to shift once you add or remove a chunk. That's like the best I could do. I could, instead, use the seed to make it so that, oh. Okay. So I think what the seed's gonna do is that's a seed for every chunk. But then I use the chunk as I'm using the chunk position as some kind of seed offset. Okay. So here's what I will need. I'll have a seed, and I'll put a button underneath it that will randomize the seed. I think I can maybe do this. Awesome. Actually, I think I can do that. I'm going to try it anyway. Rand in should give... Here's kind of an issue. I mean, technically seeds can be negative as well. Because I think int is a long under the hood. I think it's actually 64. I'm not sure. I'll just leave it like that. Okay. Does this work? What? Is nil but callable was expected. Yeah. I think this is why... No, I think I just relit project that'll fix. Actually, I think it's still going to tell me that. It's still probably going to tell me nil. I think I already tested this, and that's what happens. Oh, nope. We're getting random numbers. Cool. Okay. Awesome. I can probably put that all on one line. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I guess the reason why you would do that is I think if you change the function, it doesn't actually update, which is why you pass it a point or like a reference to a different function, so you can change that function. Because I bet if I do like rand f... Oh, that is working. Okay. Cool. Never mind. So essentially what I want is to have a random number generator for every time I call a chunk. Populate region. We are essentially going to, inside of the chunk, populate. So these have rand height. Is random number generator a class? Awesome. That's what I wanted to see. Okay. So okay. Well, I think I passed the random first. And actually, I can't do that. It does have to truly be. You have to give it this. Perfect. Rang. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wow. Okay. I had a mistake, and I just fixed it. Alright. I didn't say anything, but I was thinking pretty hard there. This property can revert is a bit odd. You would think... you would think... it's supposed to return, whether or not essentially this reset icon appears. That's not what it does. What it actually means is you return true if you want to call property get revert. If you want to call your version, you return true. If you want to use whatever the default is up here, you return false. It doesn't actually prevent you from clicking the button or the button showing up. I would really honestly love if I could turn that off because I don't want density slope or ID or enabled to have those reset icons. I think it's just stupid. There's no reason for that. And I think even minimum distances too. I don't want a reset icon there. But for density and deviation, sure. These, sure. Those make sense. Yeah, multiplier should be 1 there. Right. So you'd actually see 1 change. You're like, okay, just the offset was changed. See 4 changes. You're like, okay, I modified everything, right? Yeah, okay. Bit silly. Anyway, that was that. That's been like a little bit of a, not really a bug, but like a nitpick. An issue that I've noticed. Anyways, good now. Okay. So all of these are now using a provided random number generator. So here's my plan. My plan is, I have a plan. My plan is I essentially take a it's literally how Minecraft does it. For each chunk, they take your seed and they do some operation with the chunk location. I think it might be like, it's something. I don't know. There's some like particular math function that I should be doing though. Otherwise it's going to look not good. Because a given chunk with the same seed should generate the same way every time. But there is something... There is an issue that I need to make it so that nearby chunks aren't duplicating each other. And also that chunks with similar coordinates, like chunk -1 and 0 and 0, -1, also don't produce the same thing. So... But I can't use random. It has to be a fixed operation that produces a random looking seed from chunk coordinates. I guess if it's a fixed operation, I could start with a seed. Start with a seed value. And then grab a random value, multiply that by y, grab another random value, multiply that by x, and then seed with that result. But since it's multiplication, it means, yeah, flipped coordinates would be identical, so I can't do that. I think what I do here, well, I guess essentially I need a hash. I would need to hash it and use that as a seed. Yeah, the operation has to be like pretty unique. I have to use like a simpler random number generator based on the chunk coordinates. But I can't do anything that incurs loops. So I couldn't do something like get the absolute value of the y coordinate and then run, just generate a random number that many times to like seed it or whatever. In that case, I still have the same problem where y -1 x2 and y1 x2 would look the same because I'm taking the absolute value of y. It needs to be on an operation that the absolute value matters and the order matters. But things like, but if the order matters, I can't do it to where it's like essentially mirroring over the y equals x axis, because that would happen. So essentially, where the two coordinates are the same, you would get like an identical chunk or something. I can probably go find the source code that Minecraft specifically uses. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Okay. Minecraft chunk seed source code. I know what they do. They do some, they take the chunk coordinates and they do some operation to further seed. Well, actually, no, actually it's totally different from Minecraft. Never mind. They're not using white noise. I'm using white noise. I can't end up with mirroring, right? Negative y has to be different from positive y. 1, 0 needs to be different from 0, 1. Also, this will change. So if the number is different, this will change. So I need to find some way to reseed RNG here so that if one is dropped out, I guess I could just do it by the origin point. I could seed it by some operation of the origin point. Can I just change it? Are you serious? The RNG does not have an avalanche effect. Can produce similar random streams given similar seeds. How? I actually don't understand that. Setting this property produces a side effect that changes the internal state, so make sure to set the seed before modifying state. What the hell is state? What is state? To a previous state. Requires a state to have certain qualities to behave properly. Use seed instead. Okay. I guess I can... I'll try this. I'll try... see why... I need like a... These need like global positions though. Box. Mesh. Chunk size. Okay, so the chunk X and Y are global positions. Okay, good. Also, this is supposed to be chunk size, isn't it? Silly, but I forgot that. Okay, so here's my idea. I hash the first number and I hash the second number, and I have to do some operation where the order matters so that two... I guess I take y and I multiply it by some very large prime number. I mean, that's literally probably the best I can do. What's a big prime number? Big prime generator. Let's go to big prime. 30 digits? Wait. What's the largest? Okay, let's go back. 2, I don't remember this number off the top of my head because it's not a very simple number. What is this? 4.29 billion. Okay. The complete list of primes, they say. What do they mean they list all primes? How long? I'm assuming it's going to get to a point where clicking is going to take longer and longer to produce the next list. I gotta go very large. It's still instant. I'm surprised. That's going to take way too long. That's literally going to take way too long. Can I just get... Okay. Just give me the big prime website again. Can I get less digits? How many digits is this? I guess I can just look at this. It should be 9 plus 1, 10. Do I know my buttons? No, I don't think I do. 10 digits, please. Too big. Too big. Too big. Too big. Too big. 4.2 billion? Is that what I said? There's got to be a bigger number than that. Can I get a 3? Awesome. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There we go. Multiply it by that number. And then... I guess I modulo. I should modulo the result. Okay, let me say every time I update this. RNG, let's do var hash y. Modulo int max. I don't know if I need to do that. Actually, I should find out what that does. I should actually find out what that does. Anyway, hash y XOR with hash chunk x. Okay. There's my theory, at least. But I guess let me make a button or something so I can just run some code. I'll just put it right there. One sec. Okay. Hashing function is here, so here's my idea. Just gonna ignore all these errors. Print. Cool, alright. So, what I want to do is I want to see what just the result of this is. So I'm going to do I'll just do some big number. I mean, this is kind of a real possible chunk value, right? Or would it be like 6, 3? No, it's probably like 6, 5. Okay. Hide all those. And then I'm just gonna copy that. What's the result of that? Okay. What if I don't modulo? I have to hit save. Okay, so I can actually just get a really big number if I want. Okay, so I don't need to modulo it. So yeah, I definitely shouldn't. Or maybe I should. I don't know. Alright. Now what happens if I take this and XOR it with something? So we are XOR'd with the hash of that. What? Why didn't those get turned off? This is not an XOR, is it? That's not actually an XOR. I get a feeling this isn't actually XORing it. So lookup symbol operator performs a bitwise XOR. You sure? It starts to deviate here. Those two numbers are the same. Is that just random chance? Maybe it's just random chance. Maybe if I pick a slightly different value. Well, this is the thing. Like a 1 increment there should really change the result. Close enough. Maybe I should be modding it here so that I'm not doing some other stuff. Okay, so there's that number. We drop back 1. Oh, and then I have to hit save, of course. Okay, the numbers are kind of far. Is that far enough? Well, that's really different now. Maybe it's just that those two numbers were actually really similar. Wow, nice. Okay. I've got it. Now, here's the thing. Does the order of this should matter? So having this should give me something different. It's a different number. Perfect. And then doing a negative symbol should also give me a different number. Not quite. Okay, that's a bit unfortunate. Maybe I need to hash this. Oh, wait, no, I forgot. I meant to be hashing. I'm hashing that whole result. I'm stupid. Which I guess if I actually don't need to do that, I can just do the multiplication then. That should round it. That should clamp it for me. Okay, and then a positive value should give me quite a different number. Nice. And then a negative value should be even more different, or just equally different. Both negatives, another different number. Okay. This seems sufficient to me. So I take a hash of this, of the y, and if I change it slightly, I mean, oh, okay, so here might be a nope, okay, never mind. It just changed quite a bit. Yeah, cool, okay. I was gonna say a thing might be happening here where the hash is only reading in like the first some number of bits, and it's not reading, whoops. Cool, that seems great, okay. Okay, so here's my operation for the chunk coordinates. And the same coordinates will always produce the same hash. I could additionally multiply it by the seed. I guess I can just do that as well. So that every chunk isn't hashing to like literally the same value. Awesome. The only downside, of course, is that the hashing function does necessarily make this slower. Hashing is typically an iterative process that takes a while. A lot of multiplication. And since it seems like it's accounting for every bit as well. So also, yeah, as this number gets large, I could just multiply by seed too. No, I need to have an extra value in here. Otherwise these would have mirror symmetry. They'd like reflect or something. I need to have that extra prime in there. Okay. I'm not even sure what like the reason for having a large prime number is. I just always see it in random number generators. So it must just be a good idea, right? Can I put underscores in here? Perfect. Okay, I'm happy with that. And then of course I have to get rid of this. I'm gonna ignore that. I don't know what that is. I'm gonna ignore. Okay. So now we're seeding it for every one of these. I think, however, what I will do is I need to find some way for this seed to now be the same for each instance, no matter what. Or it needs to like seed based on its ID or something. So that if I expand a region of a chunk, adding or removing that instance in that position isn't going to affect any of the other ones. So I think essentially I just do the same thing again. I seed it by the position we chose. So the position should now, okay, well, first of all, populate chunk needs to accept an RNG. Oh, and then the number of instances can modify it too. Yeah. Because now what this means is every instance is going to try to place at the same location as well. So I need to additionally RNG it by the instance ID. I guess I can just slap that on here. The instance ID. I'll do that. That seems like enough. So now the seed is, or the generator is seeded deterministically according to the seed, the chunk position, and the instance ID. And it's suitably random. I mean, I could go with a higher number here. The thing is, this value is going to get large. That might actually be really bad. It's probably fine. I bet it does some kind of like wrapping, so it's probably fine. I'll make it 17. Seems like a nicer number. Or 19. Or 23. '23 is prime, right? Yeah, 23 is prime. Okay. I checked. And the reason I do this add by 1 here is because the ID 0 is a valid ID. I could add any number here, but I'm just going to start with 1. I don't need to go crazy. Anything else is just like modifying it. It's not really going to make it more random by adding a larger number here. Though I guess if I really think about it, this might be... Oh, wait, this probably needs... Yeah. So if I really think about what's happening here, this probably needs to be multiplied by an equally large prime number. Okay, let me get a bigger prime number. I don't think I need this many digits though. I think probably 4 digits might be enough. Let's go to 5 and get 1 in the middle. Let's get a 7. All right. Okay. I could also just XOR the seed by this value. Maybe that would be better. Let's do this. Let's do this instead. Let's XOR there. Okay. Oh, right. What about 0? 0 is a problem. I forgot about 0. Because if this is 0, it makes every seed look the same along the Y plane, so that's not good. So I think instead of multiplying it with that, I should be doing I should XOR this with a seed. Okay. And then let's multiply that by same thing here. I'll just do it by the instance ID. Then I can save a multiplication. And this just drops out. So now for a different seed, the 0 chunk will look different every time. Because it's a different seed. Now what does this mean for the instance ID? It means with the same seed, ID 0, they go in the same place. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. There's nothing I can really do about that, actually. I was thinking like, okay, well, what if I have... Oh, no. I need some additional thing here. This... I think the position in here needs to matter. So maybe I need to figure that out. Hey baby, what I should do is just go through settings.instances and then use an ID counter to modulate this. Because what this means is if I place... Well, I guess the transform actually matters. I could have... I can't do that. I was going to say I could hash these values to produce a random enough number to seed it. But I can't do that because part of it is that I want to be able to change these values and have the positions not change. So I can't incorporate those values. The instance ID makes sense to use. You know what? I might incorporate density. Can I... What if the operator's a float? Does float... It probably doesn't. Oh wait, I think they have like an int bits. No. I could... Let me see. Yeah, they don't have it. I could use the density value, the density and the deviation, because if I'm changing those... Oh, no, no, no. I think I might get it. I might get it. So I think what I do is I actually just throw in a new seed value. These will have a seed value. So I can have... Because otherwise they need to place the same way every time. So the instance does need a seed value. It has to have that. So I'm just going to copy this over. I'll put it underneath enabled. These have to have a seed value. I guess I can whoops, can collapse this. Okay. So instead of doing that with the instance ID, I do this with the instance. Or actually, I just multiply by the instance seed. Cool. So this means with a single instance seed, as I scrub the density, I should see the same positions as before, and more positions are added. If I reduce it, positions appear to be randomly taken away, but the pattern will be the same every time. Okay. Until I change the seed, of course. All right, cool. So I've done that. Now, like I said, I still need this. Oh, actually, I mean, as long as this list of positions is produced deterministically, adding a position only updates that last position, all the transforms of the last added position. If I take away that one, it doesn't matter because all the previous ones were still in the same order as before. Perfect, 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 perfect. Perfect. It's actually great. It's actually great. This is kind of an issue though. I didn't consider this. Because it may be that a chunk decides to place... It may be that a chunk is in a state where it can kind of cascade. I mean, I guess it's roughly. What it would look like is, I would imagine looking from above at a large collection of points with like some like middle ground density. Increasing the density and then re-rolling it should, I think in theory, generally just add a new point without changing the other ones. But every now and then it may be that a 1 point in chunk A prevents an original point from chunk B from being placed. So that point is now gone. And that's when a cascade could start. Where now I'm back to the issue of chunks kind of mattering the order that they're placed in. Here's an idea. Here's one way to get around that. The chunk that we're processing could look at its neighbors and like fake generate them. Essentially just place every point in its neighbors that it thinks could exist, and then make sure that it places its own self such that it won't interrupt any of those points. All of its points will be at least far enough away from points in that neighboring chunk. A possible issue is that it would look like chunks place nodes in their centers way more often, and there's just like an obvious grid pattern would appear, so I can't do that. What it could do is it could generate the chunks in the direction of 0, or just the chunk above it and the chunk to the right of it, following the rules of its placement. For minimum distances. This is tough. Thanks for the follow, Dr. Necrotech. I guess for now I can just say if I modify density, I'm going to get something different. I finally see someone using the correct theme for Godot. The thing is, they changed this theme. I've modified it back to like an older version of it. Where is it? The base color or something like that? Wait, is it back again? Now I'm confused. I might not have noticed it. Dang. They changed the base color of Solarized Dark, I think between 4.4 and 4.5. And I noticed it immediately and I didn't like it. Or it was some version. And I guess I never noticed that it went back again. So. Dang. Oh well. Started learning this last week. Haven't seen much. Yeah, I thought it was kind of silly when they changed it, because I was like doing something where I just was rebooting the editor, and at some point it just decided to update. It's like default or whatever. So like, wait, this is like a different green color. Whatever. Now I've forgot what I was thinking of. Yeah, I think I'm just going to say density. If density changes, I can't do anything about that. It's going to cascade and it's going to get bad. I made a 2D character that can double jump. Or I also forget how to make double jump work. Nice. Very nice. Right, okay. So I think I just need to make this take in the RNG. That's what I'm on. It's a lot. And I can't miss a single one. If I miss one, then it's going to be bad. And I'm going to wonder why things are being weird. Okay, I think I'm good. Oh, found it. Almost missed one. I should probably search like rand and make sure every rand is a call to, except for that one, a call to an RNG. Found one. Cool. Okay. So this should be it, actually. So if I were to start testing this, which I need to reload project to get these buttons to load correctly. Whoops. Let's get some seeds. Okay. Oh, and then I got rid of the buttons there. Right. So I've got to add that to the toolbar at the top, because I think that's what I want. I think I want a button up here that says, like, it's a bit dangerous, is the thing. Those buttons are kind of dangerous. So maybe they should stay here. But like put them into a category or something. Because I think I can put them inside of... Yeah, I mean, I obviously can, because that is how that works. I mean, I just have to make it, like, do a confirmation dialogue, right? I click the button, it pops up a dialogue and it says, "Are you sure?" And I have to click yes. And then I can always add the special case where, like, I can hold shift and then click the button and then it will just do it without even asking. Yeah, okay. That's what we'll do. They'll go up here, but I'll have it, I'll go ahead and use the fact that I think I have this. I think I did have it. Yeah, I had it like this. Yeah, I'll just remember that I need to add like a dialogue before I can run that. Or just check if like the shift key is pressed. So toolbar. Region populates. This will always go at the end. clear region. Would I be holding shift key for anything? No, I think shift and then clicking a button is like really uncommon. I don't think I would be like accidentally holding shift from something else. I could even make a control. Or control shift, whatever. I'll do control shift. I'll make it so that I have to hold control and shift. Populate region, clear region. And I have like a repopulate region. I'll just do those two for now. I'm going to kind of do it like this. That button. The icon. I think I was using array mesh before. I meant to not open that. Gee, I should probably go and close this. All right. What could I use for populate? Maybe animated sprite 3D. I can't use array mesh because I'm using that for add instances. Drag handle, maybe. Maybe. Could use Gizmo GPU Particles 3D, maybe. This one. I could use this icon. Or I could just have no icon, that's also an option. I would like the icon though, I think. I could possibly use both of these. I would have interp cubic angle for populate, and then clear could be interp linear. That's an idea. I kind of like that. Oh, I think I used point mesh actually. I think it's what I used. Is that what I used? That's just not, I swear that's just not what I grabbed. Yeah, it definitely grabbed it underneath it, right? Like, I feel like that's happened so many times where I start dragging this one and it's not, I'm definitely not dragging that one, I think. It was point mesh. It's funny because I saw point mesh and I thought of that one immediately. But I think for clearing, maybe not, actually. Maybe I do that interpolation thing. That looked like a pretty good icon combination. Yeah, I'm really liking that idea. I think it would look good. I think it does look good. Because I can really see the icons already, so... I'm gonna do that. It's gonna be this... interp cubic angle and interpolinear for clear. Interp cubic angle so we on populate region. The thing about clear is I wonder if it would be confusing about its operation. I think the icon makes it more obvious what it means. Maybe clear empty. Restore? No. What about populate and depopulate? I'll do clear. Remove managed instance types from the region. And this will be interp linear. Okay. Wait, what? Is that really I only have 2 functions? That's crazy. Well, I guess it makes sense. I only actually had 1 button before. Everything else was a tool. So it should be region... how do we know what region this is? Do we know? I guess we plug in edited region. Editor populate region. Is this spaghetti? I don't think so, actually. This seems pretty tame, I think. I mean, yeah, I need it to. I do it here, so that makes sense. Yeah. All right. Well, the button should be here now, and I should just be able to turn this off. Bring it back. Compilation failed. I don't believe you. Yeah, just straight up lied. It did just straight up lie. Okay, so I have, well, I actually do need to reload project because otherwise the triangles don't appear. For some reason, gizmos don't come back. I don't know why. Gizmos like break permanently when I do that. Oh, wait, that's actually failing? How? Have I touched any code there? What code have I changed? It's lying to me. I'm being lied to. What errors do I have? I don't have errors. Too few arguments. Instance bar. Oh. That would make sense. It can just create an RNG. Yeah. In new should automatically seed it. Is that right? It should. Yeah. Okay. I probably have to randomize it. It's weird that it says like parse error for plugin failed. Okay. Alright, I still don't care about those errors. Alright, so if I click clear, populate, okay, it failed. Non-existent function round I? What? 576, that's funny. 756. It's actually really funny that I wrote that. Wow, that was slow. That was so slow. Yeah, dang. It's pretty bad. If I click populate, I should just see nothing happening. Yep. Cool. If I click populate, then I modify the seed by one value. Cool. Cool. I should probably get rid of the slope thing. I'm gonna go and get rid of the slope thing. Then if I add one, or, whoops. Okay, populate with that one. Add 1. It is, I can see how it's very slightly different. I can see how it's only slightly different. Let me go up here and do overdraw. And then I'm going to hide this. Add 1. Yeah. You can kind of see it. It looks like everything is just slightly shifted. It's not like it's filled in these empty areas. Yeah, you're seeing it's very slowly creep into this area. Yeah, you can almost see like the lines it's drawing. But cool, whatever. I'm fine with the seeds being like that. As long as generates the same way every time. Now, still doesn't really, I mean, this isn't, whatever, it's fine. It's fine. I'm okay with it. It sucks that I can't make it. Well, I mean, the seed should have shifted it quite hard, actually. The seed should have a large impact when it's changed by 1. Oh, it might be like a scale. It might be an issue with the size of the seed. The seed just overpowers the chunk position so strongly. That might be it. Does the seed overpower the chunk? It kind of does. It actually really does. One sec. All right. Yeah, I think it's that the seed is overpowering the chunk. I mean, pretty obvious when I look at it. A small change there does actually result in a small change. But I mean, that change is amplified by these values. So, well, this is difficult, actually. This is actually pretty difficult. Do I need to include... Maybe what I do is I actually XOR with the instance seed. And then I multiply that by chunk Y. Or maybe I just use XORs a bunch. So, 2 big numbers. These are essentially random values. But if I do that... Alright, I'll do this. Instance seed. And then this will actually XOR with the hash. This is getting slow. The thing is, yeah, the thing is the hash makes it so slow. I can see how slow it was already with like a small area. That was already so slow. So reducing the number of times that I can call hash is great. Okay, let me think about this again. So I have instance seed. If I'm doing certain things all the time, Yeah, so maybe what I can do is I can take this. I can hash this once up here at the top. Right? I run the one hash. Or I could just do this. Yeah. So at the top, I can do hash instance will be the hash of the seed XORed with the instance seed. Okay? And then down here, I will do hash instance XORed with the hash of chunk Y. So now chunk Y is amplified, so it has a big impact. This is already a large number, so it's kind of a big impact. And I am reducing the number of times I'm calling hash. I could cache this value, but that would also actually mean another hash. No, I should, because I'm gonna be redoing this a bunch. Okay, let me do that. Yeah, that should make it go way faster if I can cut down when I do that. Yeah. That would be fun, because I think hash just actually is that slow. It is definitely better to avoid doing it ever if you can. So, in fact, I can pre-compute it. So I will do... Yeah, I'm going to pre-compute these values. I can pre-compute this for every chunk x, y, or for every chunk x, and I can pre-compute this for every chunk y. This can just be done on the fly. I'll do a packed. I'll do this. Hash chunk. And the seed will be I can still do this. So I will pre-compute instance and chunk coordinate hashes. And I should be able to... I should be able to resize these. I'll start with X. It will be CX2 2 minus cx1, add 1, I think. So if they're the same number, that includes it. And I'm going to make sure that these are done in this order. So the X chunks are this operation. And the Y's are this operation. And then resize to instances size. There we go. Okay. Okay. Plus y hash, I hash. With yeah, this is guaranteed to happen once per. So when this is equal to oh, what? This feels slow, but I think it's probably fine. Y hash with the X index. Instance not declared. Oh. Okay, how I fixed the slowness. How I fixed the slowness. Not really. That's just too, I mean, it's actually slower. It's literally just slower. How is that a thing? How is that possible? That's so slow. Can I not get any better? I mean, I've cached it. What happens if I don't cache it? I just make everything 0. Very consistent 0.25, and then I bring in the hash. Is it really that slow? That's crazy. That's so slow. Oh, it's actually not so bad. Was it at a slower speed before? 0.3, 0.25, 0.25. Ah. I mean, the caching helped a little bit. I wonder if it's this. No, it's definitely not. Alright, whatever. It's good, I think. I think it's good. I think it's good. It is definitely doing the same ones every time. Yep. Now what happens if I change it slightly? One number. Do I actually get something dramatically different? Oh, did I forget to hit save? I just noticed something happening. It's really funny. Every chunk is generating the same way. No. Every chunk is generating the same way. Look at this. This, like, shape is duplicated constantly. Oh, because I'm multiplying by chunk.y. I'm an idiot. It's supposed to be... this. There we go. Hey, Danilin. Mick Dingus PayPal me $50. Please. No. No. Okay, now we're getting not a pattern. Cool. And they get brighter every time I click. Cool. Okay, so what happens if I do one number? This area didn't fill at all. One number. Whoops. One number. One number. Yeah. Why is there, how is there a random number generator like this? I'm drawing lines. There's like clear boundaries between regions that are like painted. Like there's just a line that's forming. Interesting. $20, that's enough for me to buy a burger, a drink, and some candy. No, man. Can't do it. I am not earning money right now. I have no income. Does clicking randomize give me pretty random looks? Interesting. Interesting. So I've been looking at this spot. This seems like it's actually just doing nothing. Weird. What if I randomize that one? Is this just white noise, the effect of white noise? It should look like this. It shouldn't be like evenly filling it, right? I mean, there's just some regions that are like staying very dark. Very interesting. Now, could this be a problem with my chunk mapping? Maybe. Maybe it is. Maybe there is a problem with my chunk mapping. You are 1984. So use one of those fancy algorithms to generate random numbers. I am. But it still needs to be deterministic from a seed. And I need it so that chunks... Where are these? Actually, this is a good question. What coordinate is this? Let's edit a node. Let's edit one of these. Where are you at? That doesn't look like a chunk boundary. I'm actually just going to keep running this. I'm going to keep randomizing both of these and generating and see what happens. Dog. Dog. Like, this area has, like, how is this untouched? I feel like as I go, the regions with nothing in them should get smaller. But it seems like they're just staying the same size. And in fact, I might be seeing a line up here. This is a pretty big line that goes over here too. Here's a line. I may have a problem. Because this should effectively be randomly spreading them, and it's clearly not doing that at all. I think at this point it's obvious enough. There are very large empty regions that just still haven't gotten something put in there. So what's the problem? Oh, that was a big change actually. Wait, are they getting smaller? Maybe they are getting smaller. I feel like I'm seeing a pattern emerge too. I don't know though. It looks like I'm seeing a pattern. Like a grid cells. But these grid cells are too large. These aren't 16 meters, I think. They're too small. Maybe they are. Why don't you make a bunch of what? I see squares. Yeah, I'm seeing like squares, but it's... I wonder if it might be the way that I'm just placing them. Like it's very clear, I think, at this point that this is a line. This is a line. There might be a line here. It looks like there's a density line happening here. Something's going on, for sure. But I'll keep running. It's definitely broken. Alright. I gotta take the dog out. I'll be back in a minute. He's freaking out. I'm back. ChatGPT tells me to use PCG algorithm for random number generation with seed. Here's the thing. I'm using the random number generator that Godot gives me. However, I'm doing some extra things on top of it. And my thinking here is, I mean, that's a grid pattern. Like, zooming out, this is a grid pattern. Right, I can totally see a grid pattern. So, let me click one of these guys and just see, like, roughly what the, Can I go to normal? Yeah. I'll just go back to overdraw. So this area, is this 16? That's 16. That's a chunk. This to here, it's about a chunk. I mean, yeah. So this is probably something with what I'm doing, where it's, I don't think it's Godot. I'm doing something. I am doing something with the chunk coordinates. But the position should be random. It seems to me like the positions aren't properly random. So rand I range, chunk size. So I'm picking a number between 0 and 15. And then I'm adding up to 1 to that. So maybe what I should do is just use one random number generation. Okay, let me do this. Rand F range from 0 to chunk size. And I will do a this needs to be a float. Make that a float. Subtract that much. Okay, so this should actually make it faster because now I'm doing one random number generation per coordinate instead of 2. Okay, let's see if that solves my problem. Random number window in your system. No, it's pretty clear that it's avoiding, it seems, the 0, the positions near 0, and the positions near the end, is what it looks like. It might just be missing an entire, like, 1 meter range here, is what it looks like. So I've made that change. Let's see how it goes. And it could just be a directionality thing too. Where the direction that I'm going in is going to make that happen. And maybe it's not a big deal. I mean, it kind of is. It means generally I am going to have lines at every 16. The chunks are going to have just edges to them, essentially, is what this means. I feel like I'm already seeing the lines form again. But maybe not. I feel like I'm seeing this line happen again. And there seems like a large void here as well. That may have improved it, but I think I'm still seeing a grid. At least the large lines are still there. Don't ask on Reddit, they'll say there is no rail. Yeah. Okay. I think it's pretty obvious I'm getting a line here. This is definitely a line, this is a line, this is a line. It seems like all of the grid is coming back. The grid's just coming back. So if I look at this, it looks like there's a directional thing happening too. It seems like right before the... Actually, if I zoom out far enough, you can kind of see it. There's dark patches in the top left corner, and there's bright patches in the bottom right corner, is what's happening. So they're avoiding placing up on the top corner, but then they are like favoring the bottom corner. Like I can kind of zoom in here, you can see there's a lot of bunching up happening on this line. And there's very little happening here. But then a little bit further, you see more bunching up. So, what exactly is happening here? Totally retro ninja with the rust. Maybe I'd just try rand f. Multiply it by chunk size. Maybe it's my minimum distance is too high. Is 5 too high? No, there's no way. I could understand it being too... I can understand it causing that in like... Like if it was larger than half the size, so if it was like 8 meters, I could get that. It'll start like favoring placing them in like the other side of the chunk. Thing is, it looks fine. Like, one generation looks fine. Is it a mistake to be observing how it appears stacked like this? I don't know. I might have figured it out. What I do. I drop this test. I drop this test. And also, do I actually do another random inside of here? I do. I do a random inside of here. So that's not correct. So first of all, let me make sure that any random number that I get, all of the random numbers are computed up front, so that the fact that it's placed or not doesn't affect future ones. Because if this one actually places, or if this one doesn't place, it's actually going to affect future ones. So, do that first. And yes, I drop this. I actually drop this test. And I leave this for... Actually, maybe that is it. Maybe this move up here was actually what I should have done. No, yeah. I need to drop it out of here and throw it up top is what I need to do. So essentially it's going to make these like ghost instances exist on like the full chunk, and that should stop that from happening. Because I think what's happening is that because of the alignment of these, it offers just enough to start aligning itself to the grid, essentially, is what my thinking is. The fact that it can skip placing instances and place one closer when maybe there's like a virtual instance that was generated before it that was right next to it but failed because it wasn't in the mesh. Honestly, let me just make that change and just see if it actually helps. It's going to look weird. Yeah, because I'm just going to get this shape. Let's just see what happens here. If that fixes it, then this should no longer have the grid pattern. But I'm expecting it's probably going to have a grid pattern. And maybe it's a sign that I'm not getting fully... It's like it's wandering slowly into the darker areas. And it's not actually... Yeah, I see lines like crazy. There's a huge line here already. So what's the problem? They're still forming around my chunk locations. Maybe I do something crazy and I let a chunk go one unit outside of itself on all edges. Maybe that would be a solution. Let the chunks go 1 unit out. Feels like there's a hair on my neck. Yeah, I mean, I'm already seeing lines. You know what? I've got to wonder. I've got to wonder. What if it's the fact that this seed is predictable or something? What is going on? Something keeps touching my neck over here. Found it. Found it. Jeez. There was a hair. I found it. Maybe it's this. That's funny. Okay, well, I'm actually sure that it's not that. It's definitely not the fact that I'm, like, doing this. I thought maybe it could be. It's definitely not. What is it? Triangle mesh. Intersect ray. Ray pause. I'm just gonna double check that. What file? Instance region, line 800. Cool, okay. Alright. Now I've got to do this. Oh my gosh. Are there any trees? No trees. Awesome. I mean, I can't see it yet, so maybe mean, I just don't. I'm seeing him, I think. You know what I'll do? I'll make this button do this like 100 times. I'm gonna make the button do this 100 times. And edited region, settings, instances, 0. Run this 100 times. Was that it? Wow. Oh, there's my grid pattern. And it is like I said, you can see it. Darker and then brighter. That was pretty fast too. I'm gonna turn off the printing. Yeah, let me maybe like accept a value that says like editor mode false by default, and then I would pass in like true. And editor mode is gonna do this. It's gonna do the printing. Just say if not editor mode. Continue. Now hopefully chunk total is not used anywhere but for the printing. Good. Only for the printing. And then for now, I will just have this not pass and false. Or I'll just have the pass and false. So I'm not spamming the print. Alright, cool. And it doesn't look like I dropped frames when I do that, so that's good. Okay, so here's what I'm seeing, right? It looks like the top left corners are dark, and the bottom left corners are bright. These kind of blur together. Yeah, this is kind of crazy. What, like, how does that not get a single instance in like 100 runs? Like, some of these voids are really large. And they definitely coincide with the lines, too. Like, certain corners are really bad. Like, this is a really bad corner. And maybe that's just, like, from placement as well. Just the fact that it's really... The first ones it can place in that chunk are going to end up here. And then this next chunk is going to run later, and this area is going to be basically off limits because these chunks placed and this chunk placed. Right. The way I see it is that if you're looking down, I mean, maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. Like, I don't think you would ever have this density of objects here, right? You would never have this density of objects. I mean, this just looks like a really cool shader or something. Let's see what 50 runs does. Let me see where I finally notice it. Okay, so I noticed it at 50. I want to keep track of the high boundary here. I'll just do this. I notice it there. And this is already kind of bad. I notice it there. This line is just immediately placed. Hey. I mean, I know where the line is, but it breaks up sometimes. It is breaking up sometimes. This patch, this pattern is really bad. Yeah, like, it's noticeable immediately. So if it's noticeable this low, it's something that I need to fix. I'm just trying to think. It's definitely... Okay, so back to my other idea. My other idea is that I allowed the chunk to place outside of itself by 1. The problem is I'm using the fact that I know where they are to... I'm using the fact that I know where every chunk is to check nearby chunks. So if I'm going to allow it to place outside of itself, it also has to... It needs to properly... I can't just, like, increase the range of positions. I have to also make sure it's not going to lose where it's trying to place. But yeah, I'll do that. So I will allow it to place... I think even Minecraft actually does this. I think Minecraft actually does this. Population will allow itself to place like one block outside of its own chunk. Or actually, I think population is its chunk and then halfway into the next chunk. Is actually how it works. So I'm going to do that. Yep. Yep. Right. Here's my idea. I place full chunks every time. The chunk does not run this test. Or I guess rather, the chunk needs to intersect at least on one coordinate somewhere. If the chunk intersects on any coordinate with the triangle mesh, then it's going to place its whole chunk. And then at the end, it places itself and then halfway into neighbor chunks. And then at the end, it's going to appear at this stage, it's going to prune them. So before it does this, it's going to make sure that every transform it's placing is part of. Once every chunk is done, so at this point, we run through there and we're going to prune out positions that are outside of our triangle mesh. Maybe I do allow it. I don't know. It's... Actually, I have a theory. Hang on. Maybe I don't need to do any of this. Maybe this is just evidence that my density is too high. So the idea might be that you check your density beforehand by running this method. So you run it 50 times. And here's my thought. Okay, so 50 is probably too many. I could probably bring the 25. I think 25 is probably enough. You run that. If you see the grid lines, your density is too high. So I say, all right, density is too high. Let's go to, I mean, like, how dense can I make it? I guess is my real question. Okay, so I feel like I don't see grid lines there. Those are still an issue. So maybe 10's still too high. I increase the value like an idiot. 8. So I feel like I still see patches forming. So 6 is enough. I don't know, this feels like this feels wrong now. This seems wrong. Yeah. I think this will actually solve it. Whoops. If I just... Oh gosh, this is like, it's just a bit complicated, I think. And, you know, I'm getting close to that time of day where I'm going to stop thinking well. Breaks are necessary, yeah. Well, I used to do like 10 to 11 hours. So I don't know, I was really into it at that point. I think I had easier things. Yes, hello R1. I just kind of even say hi, yeah. Hello. Maybe what I can do, here's the hang up that I'm having. I don't really know if a chunk is part of the triangle mesh until I check its position. This might actually be a huge speed up, really. I can cut out entire chunks that I know for a fact are never gonna be involved. Because this, if I click populate, this is the area that I'm building here, right? So I'll even like scale this so it's about end to end here. So I'm gonna take this out. And I'm gonna click clear and populate. So there's like a whole chunk up here that was like included that didn't need to be included, basically. 2026 so bright has changed. I definitely had easier things. I've been like tooling really hard lately. So pretty much this whole area over here, actually I can click clear and now you can see it. There are like 12 chunks right here that are literally not inside the mesh. I'll click populate again and clear again so we can maybe see the shapes, the grids a bit better. You can see these lines. This is a line here. So all these chunks are being computed every time. Every time they're being computed. But they're definitely not part of the mesh. They don't need to be. They're nowhere in here. Sort mark chunks that are only look for a specific value. So here's my thought. I go through the triangle mesh faces, or I guess vertices. I guess both at the same time is how you have to iterate it. And I would essentially snap them to chunks, so I would create like an aliased box. And essentially my thought was I have the coordinates. Is there a case? No. If I'm just looking at the vertices, but I guess there's the possibility that, let me turn this on. Okay, there's no way I'm gonna do this. I'm totally gonna do it. It's gonna happen. It's actually gonna happen. So there's this class I was starting to write a while ago that was like called like point dynamic plane, I think is what I called it, where I would add points and create a bounding box around that point. So I would say start with this point and add it, and then add this point, and I'd expand the bounding box in like grid sections. So this point would essentially summon a bounding box that was like a chunk, right? It would summon the chunk that contains this point. And then I add a new point. And what it will do is it has to summon a bounding box that contains... that's not really good though, because I don't know that these are different regions. I just know that these are all faces. Because the best I could do would be to... I guess that's the thing. If I were to make it so that I make a bounding box that contains the triangle together as one piece, then I could guarantee that I'm excluding the chunks that are between islands, and I'm just including the chunks that encompass islands. Okay. All right. I think I might actually go there, because this is kind of like a horrible discovery that this has happened. Yeah, the grid is so bad. It's patches. I think DevDuck talked about an instance system where you can spawn any plant and have attributes to change the color and whatnot. So that's the funny thing. I've actually finished that. I finished that. Why am I dragging a box right now? Why am I dragging the box? Yeah, that's weird. I don't know what's going on there. I finally got that. I'll do the bushes because the bushes are really obvious. Give me like a saturated color that's gonna change in hue. 1. Okay, there we go. Do I need to like, maybe I just need to increase the weight of this? 100. So I can place, they're actually all like, okay, no, there's some. So I can place them individually. They're locked in. I have all the colors set up. I can do the heights. The colors was the hardest thing to really figure out, was because that's solid red. Cool. I actually haven't seen that red yet. It's always been like pink. Anyway. Getting this whole thing to like actually finally work has been difficult. Just so I can like click and it randomizes them. The next thing that I think I want to do is, or that I was going to do, was make it so I can, well, first I had to add the seeds so that I can get deterministic results. And then I'd be able to do something like, I want to see what more tilt looks like, and I would increase the high tilt. And I would see every instance in the area, in the region, update. They wouldn't move, they wouldn't teleport, they wouldn't spin around randomly, they wouldn't get a crazy random tilt anymore. The ones that had a lot of tilt would slowly increase their tilt, and the ones that had low tilt would pretty much stay where they were. That kind of thing. Yeah. If you're already, if you're looking for chunks that are already active, isn't there an attribute check if it's an area already marked as active? It's not like really how it works, how I'm doing it, because I just have this mesh at the moment. I have this mesh, and all I know is that I have a mesh, and I can check if a position is on the mesh vertically, like top down. I don't have a way to check if the face, if a chunk is at all existing within a face. I have to give it a position. So my thinking there is that if I create some kind of, I need some kind of data structure to, not even a structure, but just something to parse these faces and tell me the chunks that I should check. Because right now the best I can do is the bounding box, and then that expands out. So because of this little end right here, this has added like a whole chunk to the top layer, even though like only this small part of this entire top layer could have been accounted for. Like really should have just added this chunk, but instead it's added all of these chunks. Same with this piece. I mean, this piece has added a whole layer over here, and it looks like it's 3 chunks maybe that even use it. This one might be adding it as well. Actually, I don't think this one's adding the chunks. Generate faces randomly. I'm not generating the faces randomly. I'm going to be drawing these. I'm drawing these. I think it's just when I click generate, I need to have something that will go through each face of the mesh and add a chunk to a list, essentially. That's probably what I can do. Yeah, this is like a test. This is just test faces that I threw down. Some of them are crazy like this. Ideally, what I would like to... I've kind of decided I'm not really going to do it because I don't even know how I'd go about doing it. But ideally, I would actually click and just draw the outline. I don't have to worry about triangulating the mesh myself. Right now, I have to triangulate it manually. Ideally, I would just click points and make a shape, and then it will triangulate that. If I were to make that, it'd be simple because everything else just works on the triangle mesh. So if I can just like take a path and generate a triangle mesh from it, then I'd be fine. Yeah. That's a lot. I actually am gonna stop for today though. What have I got? Let me go ahead and make it not crazy. Oh yeah. Is it a tree over there? It was. I have one tree somewhere. Oh no. Is this a tree? I have a tree somewhere. Can anyone see the tree? Yeah, okay. Well, that tree is just, whoops. If it wasn't a bad thing. I mean, it's just at the time. It's just the time of day that I usually do hit a wall. Like mentally, I just can't think anymore. I'm still able to like ponder it and like say generally the steps, but at this point, I think writing it, I'm past that. I think I've done enough for today. Look at me, I've written get status like 3 times in a row. What am I doing? Get, if, what have I got? So this is roughly, let me go ahead and get rid of this stuff. Am I not hitting? Very confusing. In region, we will pass true. And then... Is that it? We're gonna have the same command 3 times to sign to stop, yeah. Yeah. Oh, those are comments. Right, deleting them now. I don't think I have to randomize. I think... I mean, I'm going to leave it on randomize. Yeah, I don't think there's a problem with this. I think all this is good. It's definitely... partly the fact that I consider the triangle mesh while I place the points, and partly that the chunk is fully contained. If I make the chunk generate half its size away from itself, I mean, half its size, or maybe I should just like stick it to, I'll think about it. I'll think about it. I mean, maybe if that's how I do it, then I only have to go every other chunk. If one chunk generates itself plus half, then I can... Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. I get a list of every... I go through all the faces. I figure out the chunks that need to generate for that face. And then I get the odd chunks. Or just the even chunks. Either way. One of those two sets. And then every chunk will generate itself plus half. I don't know, actually, maybe not. I feel like I'm just I'm just making the grid. Maybe it's not... Is it... I mean, is that a I mean, okay. I have to think about it. Is it solvable? I don't know. Ideally, what I would really do is I would randomly populate the chunks in a random order, but then I have to have that be deterministic based on... I think populating the chunks in a random order would fix it. And I could determine that order by the seed. Because now I have a seed. But how do I pick that order? It's going to have to be totally different. I will have like a... I'll have an iterator over vector 2s. Vector 2i's. Yeah. That might be it. Using the seed to produce a random order of the chunks. And then everything else maybe can stay the same? Probably. Maybe not. Here's my thought. My thinking is that over time, the same shape tends to place nodes because actually no, that would do it. That would do it. That would do it. That would do it. Okay. I've got it. That would do it. That's what I'm going to do next time. Is this should just be making it all with a seed, right? Yeah, cool. Okay. Environment? Silly. What did I change there? Whatever. That should probably change back, though. Okay, I think I can add all the add-ons. And then... Cool. World? Yeah, it has a seed now. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna take one last look to make sure I'm not doing something insane, because it's possible. Okay. Add population seeds. Okay, regions can use seeds to populate instances. Advances consistently. Instance settings include a seed. That variation when shared. Seed for shared across regions, and then I'm gonna say needs to fix grid patterns caused by directional chunk gun. Yep. Cool. All right, well, today I got, I mean, that's there, seeds are there. I mean, there's kind of a lot, actually. This menu pretty much works. I still don't understand what this, I think that's just like the bounding box for some reason that's displaying here, which is really silly. because it's invisible here. Oh, am I like possibly placing when I click this? It did. Oh my gosh, there's trees over there. I see them. I can see them. I found the trees. Come on. Is this all the trees? Got them. That's a bit annoying. I have to be careful when I do that. A bunch of... It's like M&Ms or something in the ground. Yeah, this is definitely a very productive day, I think. I actually got things done. Or finished things that I was stuck on for a while. This... I mean, just this, like clicking the bush and then clicking a different thing and then the tree coming back, that was so difficult. That was like... unspeakable how difficult that was to get that to work. Okay. And it was not my fault. It's because Godot has a really dumb button system. Okay. That's it. Thank you for watching. I will be back tomorrow. Will I have... I mean, I think I have it. I think I know exactly what solves it, and it's deterministically picking the chunks and ordering them based on the seed. That should make it faster to run and should get rid of the grid. Mostly. Some effects, which I think was most noticeable here, where this is right on a chunk edge. Actually, no, that should go away too. That should go away. Because this chunk might go first. Yeah, okay. Maybe I should make it so the chunks go like a little bit outside of themselves. I don't know. Alright, well. Alright, I'm back. Sorry. Like 30 more seconds I could have... Okay. That's it for today. Thanks for watching. I will be back tomorrow to finish this. How many times am I going to say finish it? I don't know. Eventually it'll be done. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.